Madam Clerk. Good morning. Today is August 27th, 2025. The time is now 11:05 a.m. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion to go into executive session to discuss pending and threatened litigation, real estate, and personnel matters.
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, a second by Commissioner Tanya Bonhiro Turnley, and no colleagues in the queue. Madam Clerk, we're prepared to vote.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark, Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now suspended to executive session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate your patience today. Our executive session went a little bit longer than we anticipated. Madam Clerk, it is now 2:03 p.m. I call this session back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion for the mayor to authorize the closed meeting affidavit.
Is there a motion? There's a motion by Commissioner Smith Rice. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
Yes, sir, we have four. The first would request a motion to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute an access and exclusivity agreement for a right of entry to allow testing at the depot site upon the execution of a letter of intent between the Development Authority of Augusta, Georgia, and a potential developer relating to the development of the depot site.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. There's a motion by Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a construction laid-down yard license agreement between Augusta, Georgia, Development Authority of Augusta, Georgia, Discovery Plaza LLC, and the Forge Management LLC relating to the use of the depot parking lot in connection with the construction of the zip line project.
Motion to approve.
It's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Barnhill Turnley. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute an estoppel certificate in connection with the lease of 3461 Peach Orchard Road.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
It's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tanya Bonhiro Turnley. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries 9-1 with Mr. Mayor voting no.
Madam Clerk, I meant to press yes, obviously. My vote is yes. Thank you so much. Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to have Tim Schreier continue to serve as interim finance director for a period not to exceed 6 months.
Motion to approve.
It's a motion to approve by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. I heard a second by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle. Madam Clerk, we're voting. Make sure I get my finger on the right button this time.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, does that conclude our business?
That concludes the legal session.
If that does, Attorney Plunkett, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I now turn this portion of the meeting over to Public Services Committee Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Public Services, excuse me. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir. No, ma'am.
That's okay. Okay, well, I'm going to make this one quick. If my colleagues don't object, I'd like to consent items 1, item 2, and item number 3. Got a motion? Do I have a second?
Can you identify those, Madam Chair?
Uh,
Who made the motion?
Commissioner
Ms.
Scott
Scott? Okay.
and Commissioner Lewis.
Mr.
Second.
Lewis, second.
Got a motion, a second, voting.
Want a privilege?
Wait a minute.
Could we have former Mayor Dick Copenhaver? He had an item to talk about the great work the long-term recovery is doing regarding item
Okay,
number 2.
let's publish this vote, and
Okay.
then you're going to add them on.
Oh, okay. Wait. Okay.
Ms. Linda.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
It's unanimous.
Well, good afternoon, former Deke Copenhaver. Good to see you.
Hadn't been to one of these meetings since I left office 10.5 years ago. No, I appreciate y'all so much approving that. For about 3 months now, I've been working with our long-term Helene Recovery Committee. So it's set up, it's enabled by FEMA and GEMA, but it's a standalone committee. It'll eventually turn into a VOAD, Volunteer Organization Active During Disasters. So these organizations have been around for 50 years. We, obviously in Augusta, we have not had one because we didn't expect to get hit head on by a hurricane. But one of the things that we're doing now, which I think is so incredible, we're bringing in, having a bunch of national faith-based relief organizations come in a coalition here in Augusta. We've got the Catholics, we've got the Methodists, we've got the Baptists, we've got the Presbyterians, but now the group that everybody really wants to get is Mennonite Disaster Services. So they've committed to us. They want to make sure that the permitting process is streamlined, but they will be here between November and March. They want the worst of the worst. They will fix houses up, but they will also do rebuilds. And so to me, and I'll just tell you how hard these folks work, the gentleman that runs the Methodist one said, man, those Mennonites are wearing me out. He said, they call me at 6 o'clock in the morning when they go to work and 11 o'clock when they come home from work. But to me, just to think about all the people that still have trees on their houses that can't afford to do anything, that have lost hope, to have this coalition of groups come in and really help them and return hope. I mean, I can't wait to see it happen, but I appreciate you guys partnering with us on this. It is tremendously appreciated. I think you'll be amazed by the work these guys will accomplish. So any questions for me?
Chairwoman.
I don't have any questions. I'm going to look. I got some in the queue, though. Let's see. Commissioner Clark from District 5.
Hey, how goes it?
It goes, this is real good. I'll tell you, they're about to bring me on a full-time basis to do this for the foreseeable future, but this is the best chance we've had to heal into the broken areas in our community that I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is awesome. And I know you called out a number of groups, but I wanted to also call out Team Rubicon.
Yep.
They were a huge benefit to us during that time period as well. So what's the process, I guess? Because, of course, the commission, the mayor's office, all of us get calls still for, assistance and otherwise. What's the process for requesting that?
They were here last week to get their first 20 homes in the pipeline. As I say, they'll come in November. But basically, they vet everything. But what we're focused on is going where the greatest need is. As I say, they want the worst of the worst. So it's based on need, and it's based on getting in the queue. So if you will reach out to me, I can give you a better idea of what to tell your constituents so that they can get in the queue or be a part of the process.
Yeah, because that'll help with us, when we get these requests, or if we're going through, the areas and we see some that would benefit from it for sure.
Absolutely. And this is something that as I say, I wish we'd had in place before this hit. So we're building this out as we go along. But these organizations, as I say, they've been around for 50 years. And just seeing the work that they've done in other communities. So my brother was Southeast Regional Director for FEMA in the Clinton administration. And I spoke to him about it. And he said, really, for the long-term recovery, it's the faith-based organizations really, they come in, they're doing it because their heart is in it. They stay the longest and they work the hardest.
Yeah. Madam Chairwoman, can I ask the administrator a question?
Absolutely.
Madam Administrator, is this something that we could potentially, get in with the Mennonites and former Mayor Copenhaver, make this a resource for 311 as well for folks that are calling in?
Yes, sir, we could. And we've been working with them
Yeah.
on getting all of this done.
Okay.
And along with planning and development.
Perfect. Thank you.
Go to Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Deek.
Seems like old times, doesn't
It
it?
does. I had the pleasure of serving with Deke many years ago when I first started, but I will tell you, when Helene hit, the gentleman that was sitting next to Deke in that chair behind Mr. Charles Jackson, Dan Holloway, you talking about an unselfish giving back to the community, just like you are, Deke. He has not stopped. When it was ground zero in Montclair, him and the organization of home builders, he took the lead and he carried it through to help out the people in need, especially the elderly and the widows. And I want to tell both of y'all, thank y'all and for your continuous support and your care about Augusta. Thank both of y'all.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to, Deke, I would like to see whatever you give Commissioner Don Clark, let us have it. So 35% of Augusta is seniors, on fixed income. So if we could find a avenue or conduit to where we could get them to the Mennonites to help out, because there's a lot of people out there in all of Augusta, not just one part, it's all of Augusta that needs help.
No, and I will say just 2 points on that, and I've said this from starting to work with this committee. My concern is, I live on Berkman's Road. Berkman looks relatively back to normal, but I was having a drink with a friend of mine the other day, and I was telling him about this, and he said, I know that shocks you, but he
I
said,
wasn't invited.
but he said, well, what still needs to be done? And I'm like, that's the thing, is that to me, people that live in the parts of the city, out of sight, out of mind. And so we've got to keep beating the drum on this. But I will also say that every outside organization, Team Rubicon, everybody that came in after the storm said they have never seen a community pull together the way that we did. And that's from people who do disasters for a living. So, and it's exciting to me that nobody that we've asked, Dan included, to be a part of this, there's been no lukewarm response. Everybody is just gung-ho, let's continue to do this. So just continuing that spirit, that came out of the storm, we're going to do it. And I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate y'all's help.
Thank you, Deke.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Johnson?
Yeah, Mayor Copenhaver, thank you for the work that you've committed to doing for this community. I know you could be doing a lot of things, but to help us rebuild after Hurricane Helene really means a lot.
Well, I appreciate it.
We're excited about the work you and your committee will be doing to help those who need to help recover. And I just want to say thank you personally, because you've really been in the trenches to help out, and it's greatly appreciated.
Well, I appreciate it. I tell people, I'm 2+ years cancer-free. And I think God brought me through cancer for a reason, and I think he's taken 57 years to prepare me to do this. And we'll do it here, and then we will take it to other cities. Thank y'all.
Thank you so much, Dee. All right, I'm going to turn it on over to the next committee. Finance, public safety.
Good afternoon. Ms. Bond, I would like to call public safety to order. Do we have any addition or deletion?
No, ma'am.
I would like to consent all that's on the agenda for today.
Good deal, Madam Chair.
Without objection.
Without objection. Thank you. Okay. Finance.
Ms. Bonner, I'd like to call Finance Committee to order. I would like, are there any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am, not for finance.
Okay. I would like to consent item number 4. If I could,
Can we do it without objection?
Yes.
Okay. We're headed number 1, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Item number 1 is presentation of the June 30th, 2025 financial reports.
The second one, this is the third one.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we try to do, we have a quarterly financial update. The reports you're receiving are of the 6 major funds and solid waste. Today's agenda will do a second quarter overview, updates on Hurricane Helena, cash balances, sales tax charts, and upcoming events. As you've heard for years and last quarter, second quarter is not a real good indicator for revenues because we don't bill ad valorem taxes until the third quarter. So we tend to focus on expenditures. And except for the items that I'll present in a bit, there are no major variances that we noted in any of the expenditures for our major funds. The areas of concern, and this is something that we've talked about repeatedly, our employee health care costs are running above average. And right now, they're about $7 million for the entire government over what we have budgeted. Our prisoner costs, as I've stated previously, that's projected to be about $1 million over budget. One that's relatively new, I did mention it last quarter, is our salary savings. Because we know that every department is not going to be 100% staffed 100% of the time, we build into our budget, we call it lapse salaries. It's just a way to reallocate some salary money to operations and keep the budget relatively flat. This quarter, based on our projections, the sheriff is eating into some of that, which I would say is a good thing because he's got higher retention, there's less vacancies. We will adjust that going into next year's budget cycle, but this is based on last year's, the prior administration. So we really didn't know how it was going to work out. So now we have a better base to go forward. The fourth one is the treasury repayments. We did discuss that last week, and in the next month, we'll be coming forward with a motion to allow us to move some funds around to the departments that were hit by some of the repayment that we had to pay to the treasury. Basically, utilities, the airport, some of the other grant recipients. When Treasury took the money for the penalty, they just took it. And so just to make everybody whole by the end of the year, we're going to do that, and that way the general fund will be the one that's responsible and everybody else will be made whole. Hurricane Helene. As of June 30th, we've spent $65 million on recovery. We've received and FEMA proceeds about $35 million. We're continuing to work with Tetra Tech on filing our claims, and we believe that we should receive a majority of the debris reimbursement by the end of the year. Full cash. Just a quick update on where we're at. We have about $800 million in cash over all the funds. About $350 million of that is in bond trust funds, which means they're bond funds that were issued that have to be used for a specific purpose. And this is just an overall where we're at, money market accounts, bond trust, direct deposit accounts, and just an overview of where we have most of the funds sitting. Currently, most of our funds are sitting with Georgia Fund 1, which is a state-run money pool, or pool purchase agreement. Sales tax collections, always my fun chart. They're more than last year. Currently through May, we're trending about 9% over budget. And that's not going to hold out throughout the year because we do get that little tournament bump in April. So, but we're projecting it's going to be about 3 to 4% higher than our budget. And that was discussed during the millage rate. Upcoming events. The 2024 audit was put on extension, and that was through the state that we have an extension through December 31st. Our goal is to get that done well before that, looking at the latest October. Streetlights and garbage, I just wanted to cross that one out. Just make that one go away. The millage rate process, next week you will adopt the final millage rates. Budget process starts next Tuesday with budget work sessions. Departments have already been working on their budgets and have submitted to my staff. So next week is when we start asking questions and they can present their requests to the administrator. Last one is bond issuance. We did the Laney Walker bonds last week, and in September, we'll be bringing back the Coliseum Authority bonds. That is just a refunding to change the taxability of those bonds from tax exempt to taxable. There's no new money. It's just, we need to do that for IRS compliance. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Schreier. I have one person in the queue, Commissioner Johnson, District 1.
Thank you, Ms. Pulliam. Director Schreier, in the hallway, I said that I added you to my list.
Yeah, no.
Here it goes. All right. No, just a couple questions for you, relatively painless. You mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that in the salary savings protection area that the sheriff's office is eating into that.
Yes,
but
sir.
you plan to adjust that next year. How do you plan to adjust, and what does that look like overall for the city? I guess the benefit or whatever.
We will reduce that, the savings amount, which is going to eat into some of his operational funding. Overall, the budget may have to increase to compensate for that, but it's been running higher recently than we've liked. We like to see that at a steady, probably $3 or $4 million area. This year, the past several years, because of the high vacancies, it's been so much higher, about the $6.1 million, I believe we budgeted for 2025. So it's just a matter of going back and looking at the math, and you've got less vacancies, so that means more people on the streets, more deputies on the streets. So we'll have to make that adjustment.
Okay, and then with employee healthcare costs, I'm a believer that we should be more on like a 60-40 program. What position are you, well, not position, what steps are being taken right now to get us to review our benefits program and make adjustments?
Finance is working with HR, and we're also working with our consultant, our healthcare consultants, to come up with a program to increase that funding from the employee side.
Okay, and then you mentioned the treasury repayments. Does that also include the IRS situation we had a couple years ago, or is that just the ERA stuff?
That is just the ERA stuff. The IRS issues, I believe, are still under, the attorneys are still working on that under the appeal. We have not been.
Are we still on the hook for paying that right now, or we just don't know yet?
I don't know yet. I have not received any updates recently.
Okay, and then last question is, what methods do you use in the department to make sure that departments aren't going over budget, or that they aren't just, kind of just spending out of control? Say, you have a department getting ready to meet its budget for the year. Like, what metrics are you putting in place to kind of keep that from happening? And how does this body become aware of a department going over its budget or getting close to it?
We have, in our system, it's called budget block. So within our ERP system, budget block is set. Departments cannot go over their budget. It physically will not let them enter a PO or us issue a check unless there's an issue, unless it's overridden. So that's how we control that.
Is that for elected officials as well, or does it just apply to the department directors?
That is for everybody. That's a system-wide control. As for spending the last 2 months, it's hard for us to say yes or no, you can or cannot spend that. There are departments such as mine where we have contracts that are come due in the last 2 months of the year. We'd like to think that the department directors are responsible enough that they won't just go spend because they have the money.
Okay, well, key word is hope, right? One of the big things that we've been trying to, kind of get a handle on is just that type of spending, right? We don't know if it's out of control or not, but we want to be able to make sure there's safeguards to keep it from happening. I have one additional question. So would you say, how would you rate our financial position from the perspective of just department spending in general? Are we trending in a good direction? Are we under budget? Are we projected to meet budget, to go over? What do you think there?
Aside from those areas of concern that I mentioned, I believe we're in good position. We typically spend about 98% of the budget. So and right now, that's how we track. We look on our trends, make sure that there's nothing over or under. If somebody's a little bit over here, we'll dig into why, and maybe just a bill got paid in June this year when it was paid in July last year. So we do that analysis. But I think overall we're trending.
98%, is that a pretty good number? Is that standard across governments, or could the city benefit from having a smaller number?
That's our number. I mean, that's where we typically end up spending 98% of the budget.
Is that a good thing?
Yes, I think so. You don't want to limit your budget and reduce the resources that somebody has if there are specific projects or specific services that you want to have done. On the other hand, you don't want to have spending only 70% of your budget, because that means you've over budgeted in these areas, and either you're collecting too much revenue or you're allocating resources that won't be spent. So those resources could be shifted to some other area.
Okay, and then when can we expect another report from you of this magnitude? This is second quarter, so we're expecting something late September, October sometime?
Depends on where the meetings fall. It'll be either the end of October or the first meeting in November.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for your attention to my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Mayor Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Interim Director Schreier, I got a question for you regarding our cash position in the pool cash. So you mentioned that we have over $800 million in pool cash and in bank accounts.
Yes, sir.
Who determines where that cash is and what banks they're held in?
We use the direction that we have received from the commission and which banks we can use. Our overriding concern in keeping where money is the safety of the funds. Then the next concern is liquidity of the funds. Again, some of that is dictated by bonds. The bond funds are separate are kept in separate accounts that are not in the general fund that are controlled by a trustee. So it is basically, when we look at rates, if we're looking at excess funds, we look at where can we get the best rate that's the safest and that we can have liquidity. Right now, Georgia Fund 1 is paying 4.3%, and it's very liquid, it's very safe, and it's hard for banks to beat that. So that is our overriding concern is it safe, is it liquid, are we getting a good rate of return?
How often are we given reports or statements regarding those funds and where they're held?
My office receives bank statements monthly.
Okay, is there any possible way that you could share that with the commission, even if it's in a secure setting?
Sure, we can.
All right.
I mean, there's about thick, but yeah, we can do that.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
You're, okay. Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Intern Director, Mr. Rader. So next week, the following week, we're going to be discussing the 2026 budget process on September 2nd.
That's when staff starts holding meetings with the department's holding a meeting with finance and the director and the administrator.
Okay, and I know that my colleague from the District 1 was talking about on the insurance side, 60/40, and that you and the HR department was currently working on that.
Yes, sir.
How come, not question you because you fill in as an intern, how come this wasn't brought up years ago when it started expanding our insurance, when we got away from the 60/40 split?
But I think it was 75-25 was the original split. And if I may, sir, we have brought this up repeatedly during budget sessions.
Right, but as far as staff, y'all taking it on your own initiative, your own drive to try to find solutions or try to find ways to resolve this issue. How come, my only thing is, why wasn't it done prior? Now, that was the only reason why I was asking that.
In the past, we have brought up the theory or the thought of increasing employee contributions. That has never been approved by this body at those times.
Okay.
Usually because it coincided with a COLA or increases, and with the use of percentages, which I hate because one percentage is not all percentages are equal. You have to look at those. Employees would be upset and say, well, we're only getting a 3% COLA or a 2% COLA, but you're increasing my premiums by 10%. You're taking all my money. And we did have a presentation years ago showing that necessarily did not happen. So it has been brought to the body's attention. It's just never been acted on.
Okay. So when we do start a 2026 budget process, hopefully that you and the HR director is going to have something to present to us?
Yes, sir, we will. It will be, we can't fix it all in 26.
Oh, absolutely not.
Because what we're going to have to do on that side is, in addition to looking at premiums, is looking at the plans. And I think I've mentioned this before, is we have a very rich plan, which is part of the reason people want to work for Augusta. And if we want to switch that, we're going to have to look at what other plans are out there and how that's going to work and how that mix will work for the funding.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question as well along that same vein, because as you mentioned, we have to look and see how it's going to affect. Just if you could, on average, how much would the average employee's net pay, like how would that be affected if we're increasing what they're paying for healthcare?
We haven't gotten that far yet, but we will have those numbers for you.
Okay. Because that's one of the, like you said, that's one of the reasons why people are attracted to work for Augusta Richmond County. I don't know if our pay is competitive enough to be able to absorb a difference in healthcare.
We're going to have to do something. I mean, this is just one of those areas. We haven't done anything for so long. It's, instead of doing little bits across the board, it's going to be a bigger chunk this time. But we're going to have to do something this year, probably next year, and probably the year after to get us more in line with what the industry, what the body wants as to how the allocation is done. Just changing premiums is one method. Again, you could change the policies, you could change the plans. So it's not just one size fits all. We're going to have to look at how we want to move forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And there are no other questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Bonner, we can move to the next item.
Just,
And we'll receive that as information.
thank you.
Sorry, without objection.
Item number 2, receive the results of the 2026 Budget Community Input Survey and discuss the overall strategy for the 2026 budget process.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. I'm Maddie Sue Stevens from the Administrator's Office. I'm going to share the results of the Budget Priority Survey with you today, and then the Administrator will come to speak with you about our 2026 budget process, which the Finance Director just referenced. Our Budget Priority Survey was out this summer for 6 weeks. It was an anonymous online survey. We advertised it through the news media. It was featured on the news several times. We paid a small amount for radio and social media ads, and of course we used all the other free channels we had at our disposal. And we advertised it at the community budget input meetings earlier in August as well. After all of that, we received 771 responses to the survey. That's more than we've received in previous years, we understand, but it's of course a small section of our community. And I want to say right up front, this is not a statistically valid random sample of Augusta. You shouldn't take these results to represent everybody, but it is 771 people that cared about Augusta and wanted to make their voice heard, and we appreciate that, so we wanted to share their feedback with you today. The first question that we asked several background questions just to see who participated in the survey. We first asked who they were representing, whether they lived in Augusta or outside. The majority of people participating were residents of Augusta. About 13% were people that lived outside the community, and then less than 10% said that they were representing a business or other organization. We also asked what commission district the respondent lived in or worked in, and the main takeaway here is a lot of people don't know what district they live in. We had 41% of people said that they did not know. And then you can see that there was representation from each district. The districts with the most respondents were District 1, District 3, and District 7. But there was several dozen responses from each district here. We did not ask any other demographic questions except about the age of participants. We know for an online survey there's a question about, is that really representative of everybody? What happens to our seniors sometimes? So we wanted to look and see, asked people what category their age was in. If you look at this slide, you see there's two different sets of numbers. The dark bars are the survey responses, and the light bars are our population, according to the Census Bureau. So you can see, maybe unsurprisingly, people under 25 and over 75 were not very well represented on the survey, but in our adults that participated, we had really good age diversity, and we did hear from a lot of our younger seniors on the survey as well. So with that, we'll get into the actual survey results. The first question we asked, and I will say here, this question and a lot of the other questions on the survey, when we were developing the questions, we looked at what we had asked in the past as well as what other communities asked. We looked at a lot of surveys across the country that we felt like were clear and gave good information, and so that's where these questions came from. So this first question, we asked people to rank these 4 categories of city services in order of importance. What was their first choice? What was their second choice, third, and fourth? And we gave them examples of services in each one. I'm not going to read them all, but they're here for your reference if you want to look through them. The categories were public safety and justice system, city maintenance and infrastructure, quality of life and growth, and government services. So those were the 4 options we asked people to rank. And here are the results of that. The way to interpret this chart is basically the higher the score, the more people voted it as their number 1 choice or second choice. So the first choice was public safety and the justice system. 46% of people, that was their number 1 choice. And the second was city maintenance and infrastructure. That was the top second choice pick at 38% of people. And then quality of life and growth, and then government services. The next 2 questions, we gave a long list of city service areas, and we asked people for this question to select any of those service areas that they feel like are already working well, that they're already providing good or great service. People could select as many as they wanted to, or skip this question. And here are the responses. The top results, more than 50% of people said that that answered this question, said that the Augusta Regional Airport provides great service, is working well. The other top 5 in this category were law enforcement, fire protection, 311, and garbage collection in the landfill. And then you can see the items that go down from there. Just for space on this slide, the items that got less than 10% of responses clicked them, we just listed over here to the side. And there was an other category as well where people could write in their responses. And the number 1 answer for write-in responses was the Augusta Canal. People felt what's working well. This next question is the same list of services, and this time we asked, select 5 service areas that you are your top priorities for improvement. Which services would you most like to see improved or expanded? The number 1 answer here was streets and sidewalks repair and maintenance. Over 56% of people selected that item. Law enforcement, parks and recreation, grass mowing in public areas, which we included because that's been such a topic of discussion this year, and economic development. Those were the 5 areas that received the most selections. You also see right there, HCD, code enforcement, and the courts were also more than 20% of people selected those as well. And then again, less than 15% of responses are listed to the side. I will note here, when we look at that group that is less than 15%, there's kind of 2 different ways that you could interpret that. Either these are services people think are working well, so we don't need to focus on improving them, or they need improvement, but they're just not that important. And so if you look at this compared to the previous question, I think you can see that some of both is going on. For instance, 311 had pretty positive ratings on the previous slide, so it maybe doesn't need to be improved. But planning, zoning, and permits did not have a very high rating on the other one, but is also not in the top priorities for improvement. So as you're digesting these results, you can look at those 2 together. And then again, we had another option where people could write in their results. And again, the Augusta Canal was far and away the number 1 thing people wrote about. And I'm just going to pause here and say that in all the open-ended questions on the survey, there were a lot of comments about the Augusta Canal, between 20 and 30 for each one. So we had a very vocal group of supporters for the Augusta Canal who participated in this survey. But they are there and they care, and just want to acknowledge that here. There's a lot of support for the Augusta Canal as an asset to this community that needs to be invested in and maintained. The next question asked respondents to rate their overall value that they receive from Augusta for their tax dollars. Unfortunately, we have some work to do here. About 1/3 of responses said average value for their taxes. 24% chose fair, 26% chose poor, only 2% chose excellent, and 11% chose good. So again, we have some work to do here in perception of value. This next question, we asked respondents about the relationship between the services they receive and the taxes and fees they pay. So we asked them to choose one of these statements that they most agreed with. And I'll read them. The city should increase services even if it requires raising taxes or fees. The city should maintain our current service levels and keep taxes and fees the same, so keep the status quo. The city should lower our taxes and fees even if it results in reducing services. And the city should reduce spending in some areas to increase funding in other high priority areas. And of course, we gave a I don't know option as well. So here are the results to that question. 50% of responses said the city should reduce spending in some areas to increase funding in other areas, so reorganize within our current budget. And 31% said the city should increase services even if it means increasing taxes and fees, which I personally was surprised to see that result. 11% said we should maintain the status quo, and only 4% said we should cut taxes and fees no matter what. So those were the end of the multiple choice questions. We also had several open-ended questions you can see on your screen. Many respondents, so all these questions people could just type in whatever they wanted. Many respondents skipped one or more of these, but even with that, we had over 2,500 comments on this survey across these questions. Some of these questions were recommended to us by the facilitators who will be working with you on the strategic plan later this year, and they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get some feedback from the community. So that's why there's some questions here that are big picture questions about our challenges and our strengths. So I'm not going to go into all of the detail for those right now because they will share that information with you in more detail when we get to a strategic plan process later this fall. But I will say across all these themes or all these questions, we had some consistent themes that stood out across the board. So I'm just going to share some of those highlights with you. I will also say that after this presentation, we will share with you the full packet of survey results, all of those comments, so you can read them for yourself, and maybe you'll identify different themes. And of course, with 2,500 comments, there was lots of individual ideas that you might want to see as well. Yes, so look forward to that, please. The first theme, far and away, public safety and crime. Over 350 comments about this topic. Strong support for increasing law enforcement, addressing crime, improving safety, especially downtown. And for this slide and all the others, I've included kind of a random sample of comments in that theme. Most of these comments talked about increasing support for law enforcement, specifically referencing the Sheriff's Department. They're concerned about crime in general and its impact on the economy and outside perceptions of Augusta. And there was a number of comments that specifically talked about safety downtown being a concern, that people don't feel safe downtown. There are also a few comments, so most of the comments are in support of law enforcement and more funding for law enforcement. There were a few comments from people who are concerned about crime, but they want to see alternatives to policing, like social programs and youth development programs. I included one of those comments here. So that's definitely the minority response on this, but there were some respondents that had that perspective as well. The next major theme was parks and beautification. People wanted to see the Garden City. Several comments said that. They're concerned about our parks. They're concerned about our green spaces. They want to see a more beautiful city. Focus particularly on better maintenance of the parks and facilities that we have. And as you have all discussed that issue, that came through on the survey a lot. Concerns about litter, about tree canopy and the destruction of trees downtown, street beautification, offering more recreational opportunities for families. Of course, as I mentioned, the Augusta Canal came up a lot, and taking advantage of the river as an asset and improving the Riverwalk. Those were all issues that people wanted to see a more beautiful, vibrant Augusta. The next topic was leadership and accountability. Please hear this from me with respect to you, but there was a lot of commentary about people not trusting our government, not trusting our leadership, and there was a desire to see a more unified community vision. That topic came up a lot, of people thinking bigger picture for the community across the community. So I do feel like we are on the right track with what we're talking about with the strategic plan, with the capital improvement plan, some of those other long-range plans that y'all have been asking for. There were also concerns about the city's stewardship of tax dollars, 30 or more comments calling for audits, more transparency in spending, again, lining up with direction that y'all have given us recently, or on an ongoing basis. And many of these comments were sort of general concerns about potential waste and corruption. There were not a lot of there were some specific services called out, but a lot of it was a general feeling that the government is not using tax dollars well. And then the last significant theme I'll highlight is about housing and homelessness. And this one, this issue came up a lot, but the feedback was mixed. Some people really felt that we needed more affordable housing options, and some felt that we needed to have less low-income housing built in their neighborhood. Similarly with homelessness, that was identified as a major issue for the community. Some people really regard it as a public safety issue, particularly downtown. Sort of, we need to move homeless people out. And then others really emphasized offering more programs to assist homeless people in getting out of homelessness. So it's kind of a mixed bag of feedback, but there was agreement that that was a major issue, and that for the city to continue addressing it. And then there were a few other themes that you probably have seen in the comments mixed in. Downtown growth was brought up a number of times, particularly revitalization of abandoned buildings downtown. There was support for the arts, public art, cultural programs, making Augusta a more vibrant city, support for small businesses. Often said is that we need to support small businesses. Timely completion of infrastructure projects and making sure projects are done correctly the first time so they don't have to be redone. Support for public transit, particularly in context about affordable housing, and then programs and recreational alternatives for youth. That might be a solution, or a part of the solution to crime is to offer more opportunities for our youth. A lot of information. Again, we will share the full survey results with you. To look forward to digging into that. But does anyone have any questions? We'd be happy to talk. And if not, Ms. Allen's going to come and talk about the 2026 budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. And so now we will look at the strategy on how we want to proceed with our 2026 budget. We've had various discussions previously and various hints that were thrown at the governing body in regards to how we or what direction we wanted to move in as it relates to the 2026 budget. As Mr. Schreier stated earlier, we will begin to have our meetings during the first week of September with the various agencies, departments, and elected officials. And there are several items that we kind of need some guidance from this governing body on how we actually direct those conversations with those various departments. So this is where we want to develop a strategy so that when we go into these meetings, we already know what the goal is and what our governing body is looking at as it relates to the respective direction they would like to go. So with that being said, I'd like to just get some feedback on the following things that have to be in consideration for our 2026 budget. One would be whether or not we're going to look at a millage rate increase. We know that did not happen in 2025, but in 2026, is that something that would have to be something that would be determined in order to address our 2026 budget. Across the board cuts, we've heard several of you recommend and or ask about across the board cuts. Please keep in mind when you say across the board cuts, that means everybody in its entirety. It doesn't mean just the general fund, or we need the clarification if you're talking about just the general fund departments, which do still include your public safety in courts system as well. We have already worked with the law department to make sure with our legal that there is no concerns, and they're looking into that if you do across the board, how does it affect the respective elected officials and or constitutional officers departments? Accepting any new program requests, needing to know if that's something that you want to entertain for 2026. That means, various departments have new programs that they want to bring forth. If you do not want to have any new programs, knowing that new programs cost new money, then it makes our discussion easier that the governing body is not looking for any new programs for 2026. Reducing or eliminating subsidized services. As you all know, the general fund subsidizes various departments. That has just been the practice. So we subsidize transit, we subsidize housing and community development, as well as RCCI. So you have to determine whether or not you want to continue to subsidize those operations, and if we can proceed forward with or without doing those subsidies. Non-governmental agency funding. That's what we're getting ready to discuss at on the next agenda item. The non-government organizations that we currently fund, whether or not that is something you want to continue to fund. And that's more of a policy decision, because this governing body decided to provide those respective funds to about 30 or so agencies. It's almost, I think, 40 agencies that you provide funding to. Again, that's a policy decision if you want to continue to do that. You have those books. Each of you, when you received your agenda books, thank you, Ms. Bonner, made sure that you also had the NGO books that identified each of the respective non-government organizations that funding is provided to, along with the respective information that we gathered from those organizations, as well as the documents that they presented. So you have a whole list or a holistic view of what we're doing with the non-governmental agencies. And of course, the cost of living increase. I think Mr. Schreier touched on that a little bit when he was saying in the past, we may have done increases on healthcare, but at the same time, we did a cost of living increase, which, the employees found to be a little disheartening, because as the healthcare increased the percentage, even though it's not equitable, and I understand that, they always look at it as if you did that just to balance out the respective increase in healthcare costs. So these are some of the things that I need your direction on, so that when we start having these meetings with the various departments, again, and elected officials, we'll know what strategy you would like for us to to embark upon. With that, I'll open the floor to any recommendations, directives, or how you would like to proceed.
Okay, I've got some of my colleagues, and well, I have the mayor in queue, but first I'd like to ask a question. How many, and maybe this was stated and I didn't hear it, how many people completed these surveys? What was the total number of people?
771.
771
Yes, ma'am.
people?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Out of 250,000?
208,000.
We have approximately 250,000 people in Augusta, Richmond County, correct? Is that
About 206,000.
about 206,000? Okay. So that wasn't even 10%. And my reason for asking that question is, have we in the past ever considered doing door-to-door type surveys versus public surveys for something that is of this great a magnitude, deciding a budget for 206,000 people with only 771 respondents? How can we really see a true reflection of the needs or the desires of our city at large?
So to answer the first question, no, ma'am, we've never, did the door-to-door survey. But as Mandy Stu stated, we did do radio, we did do everything that we could do that was possibly affordable by our department to get the word out for people to respond. Even at our town hall meetings that we had, we asked for support. And again, this was the most we've ever received in the past prior years. Surveys are just not something that a lot of people respond to. And that's unfortunate because you miss out on having an opportunity to give your input in something that's a decision that could affect you.
Yes, ma'am. And so my problem is not with our efforts as far as trying to get the word out. I believe we exhausted every single effort, as we oftentimes do. However, when we're having these budget discussions and we're talking about what the citizens of Augusta, Richmond County want, and we start to make decisions on housing, we start to make decisions on reducing or eliminating subsidized services that some of our communities desperately need, if we're receiving less than 10% of responses, we don't really have a true depiction of what our county wants and needs. And that's not at the fault of us not trying to get the word out. So I think, again, great efforts on that, but maybe considering in the future some type of volunteer effort, much like they do the homeless count, the time and place count, I believe it's called, something to that effect. And I don't know how we organize that, but to get a true count of what our citizens want, we've got to take into consideration more than 771 people out of 206,000. So efforts definitely applauded, but I think that we can't use this to say this is what the citizens of Augusta, Richmond County wanted, because it's less than 10% of our citizens. So those are my comments. Next, I have Mayor Johnson.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Administrator, thank you so much for not only the presentation, but you bringing to this body ideas about how we could meet our obligations for fiscal year 2026. You know, last year I called for a 5% across the board cut, and I asked that it be modeled by every single department, whether you're elected official or not. And I think we finally settled on 1%. This year I'm going to ask that each department, I want to make this clear, let's model a 10% cut. How would it affect your ability to service our constituents? How would it affect your department? I think it's crucial now, because finally we're here to the point to where we no longer have American Rescue Plan dollars. We no longer have some of the safeguards that we've had in the past, and I'm going to ask that it at least be modeled so we at least show the taxpayers that we're working to try to find a solution outside of tax increases. When you think about the mayor's budget, which is $554,000, 10% represents $54,000. If that means that, we can't, attend a conference or we have to save money somewhere, I mean, our government's no different than the state or federal government. Governor Kemp has already asked state departments to hold their budgets tight, and they're sitting on almost a $15 billion surplus. So it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we're being great stewards of the taxpayer, and asking the departments to model it does not necessarily mean that we're going to do it, but we at least need to be able to show what it looks like. How can we save money? How can we come up with creative solutions so that, one, we can continue to meet the obligations that we have to the residents, but two, we could show that there is a path towards helping us meet our obligations. And that would be my request, to model a 10% reduction in the budgets across the board, whether you're elected or not, just to see what it looks like. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Next, I have Commissioner Scott from District 9.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. May I ask Administrator Allen a question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know we'll probably get down in the weeds later, but when we say across the board cuts, are we talking about field position, unfilled position, or you'll leave it to your directors on how we're going to get to what the mayor, not me, what the mayor said, the 10%?
So normally you leave it up to the departments to make a recommendation, but I will say at the budget retreat, I think our finance director said it was about 3.9% reduction. Would it be about 112 positions?
Total?
Yes.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Next, I have Commissioner Slendek, District 7.
Thank you, Ms. Pulliam. I want to thank Maddie and everybody who worked on the survey. I'm just really sickened that not even 0.5% of the people in this town responded to a survey. Not even 0.5%. I mean, that's just terrible. 40% of people don't know what district they live in. I mean, do they vote? I mean, they must know where to go when they vote, or maybe they don't vote. I don't know. That's the ones that responded, not everyone, but that responded to the survey. And, I worked at MCG for 20 years, many years ago, but I get when they would give us a cost of living increase, our insurance would go up, and our parking, you had to pay to park there, and that would go up every year. So I understand how employees will feel. But, it's, even if we go up on their insurance, it's still a much better deal than they probably are going to get out in the public market. Nobody wants to cut anything, but I think we have to be realistic. I mean, this government has got to make some cuts, and people say do it, but then when it gets to you or your department, well, don't do it. And I mean, if we have to, whoever does those balloon bouquets and all that stuff we do out in the lobbies and stuff, it's very pretty, but I mean, things like that, I mean, honestly, not that it's that much, but I mean, I think we just have to start looking everywhere. And anyway, that's just what I wanted to say. We've got to get serious, and even if it does mean cutting out some meetings, we may have to do it. So anyway, thank you again for all the work you do.
Thank you, Commissioner Slendek. Next, I have Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Administrator, since you became administrator, you definitely have been put up with a lot of challenges. But you haven't ignored anything. You had brought some of the stuff that's been in the dark to light. stuff that we don't like hearing, but we have to hear it in order to resolve the issues. Example, last week, how we had to resolve that 11 million. You know, that one never came to the forefront, but it did. And I appreciate you bringing that to us. You know, if I did ask the intern finance director, you know, I was looking at, my whole thing is first responders, is turn the city around to make sure that we're safe. You know, if anything that I would do for a millage increase, it would be the first responders. But I don't think you could do just set aside just for that one department to make sure that our citizens are safe. Across the board cuts, it would be nice if we had the other elected officials take a stance no different than our mayor. You know, because out of $206 million, which we operate this government off, we actually run this government, besides the law enforcement, the marshals, and the judicial, at $60 million. We actually run on a very slim budget. And that's a shame. You know, to try to find $5 to $7 million, which we're short of because of the past decisions of spending one-time money, ARP money, it should never happen, but this, the ripple effect. We might not see it this week, this year, next year, but it sure showed its little pretty self this year coming up, which we're going to have to figure out how to overcome. Now, to accept new programs requests, can you kind of enlighten me what programs you are speaking about?
So if, you know, each department has to submit a new program if they want to do something like new personnel or start a new system or initiative that is going to cost more money. Now, if it's something that's not going to cost us more money and it actually is a cost savings, of course, we would not bring that to the governing body. Because if they're going to do something that's going to provide more efficiency, a new program that's going to enhance how we do something in that department, then we have to weigh it because it'll make sense to proceed with doing that if it's going to be a cost savings overall.
Well, if a department comes before us with a cost savings, maybe what we ought to do is share the savings with the employees and staff who actually come up with it, as no different than the former sheriff gave it out as incentive. Well, you can't use the word incentive as a retention. Yeah, I don't even think you could use the word bonus, but anyway, retention pay. That way, it'll give the initiative and the drive for the other departments to look, hey, look at what they just received just by doing their job and doing it efficiently. You know, if you got some employees that actually just comes in for 8 hours, just for 8 hours without working, you know, you got your other employees that's having to cover for this person that's not working, you know. I think it'll be good to look at, hey, if this guy ain't working, let's get rid of him, or whoever. I do like to accept new programs if it finds ways of saving or being efficient, no doubt about that. Reducing or eliminating subsidized services. What are you speaking about that?
That's the additional funding that the general fund has to provide to transit, housing and community development, and RCCI.
Okay, as far as RCCI, you know, what Tim had just presented about the shortfall that the state gives us for housing the prisoners out there, we did have a meeting with our local delegation to bring it up to their attention. Naturally, there's value by using the prisoners to clean up our city, but it's not a consistent. And it'd be nice if we could figure some consistent way of handling that. Is there any way that we could request from the state some additional help directly to the governor or to, you know, I think we got our local delegation, you know, because everybody's got to see what position we are. And non-governmental agency, we need to figure out, I think the contractual, that's based on yearly basis, ain't it?
So some of these contracts have been in existence for a while, so we try to give y'all detailed information on that. The other ones are annual requests that come in through our normal budget process.
Right.
So we'll just need some directive on how you guys want us to proceed with those requests.
Okay, as far as these nonprofits, I guess we're going to have to look at them hard. I mean, some actually brings value. It's actually programs that where we don't have departments. They actually fill in as departments. Some actually comes in and no different than the museums, say, per se. They attract people, so they have an economic value there. But we're going to have to go through it and be careful how we slice it, but it does need slicing. As far as the state agencies, such as the library, we funding, I'm sorry? As far as the library and other state entities, the health department, that are we paying them out of our pockets? We are at the tune of 4 point something million.
So the general fund does provide funding to those organizations. We have been working with the law department to see if they are truly state mandated,
Right.
and or if there's anything in our charter. I think there was some verbiage in our charter regarding the Department of Public Health, if I'm not mistaken. But our law department is looking into that. So they've been working with us to try to, and the finance department, to determine what is definitely mandated and what is not mandated as far as the agencies that are been listed as contractual.
Right. All right. We're definitely going to be digging in that come next week as well. But I definitely appreciate your presentation, appreciate your staff doing their presentation as well as finance. Thank you, Madam Administrator.
You're welcome.
Okay. I have Commissioner Don Clark.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a real quick question, Madam Administrator. I'm assuming when we go further into this, especially with the NGOs and all that, are we looking to bring those entities in? Have we submitted requests to them about providing said details, metrics, and otherwise?
So, and that's the next agenda item, but we have not yet, informed them that we would like them to come forward before the governing body. If that is something that the governing body would like for them to do, we could schedule for them to come back, come before the governing body before we finalize the 2026 budget.
Okay, didn't mean to hijack your presentation.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Again, thank you so much for your presentation, Administrator Allen. It's greatly appreciated.
You're welcome.
Okay. Can we receive this as information without objection? Objections.
Without objection.
Okay. All right. Ms. Bonner, we're going to move on to our next item.
Item number 3, receive as information an overview of the 2025 non-governmental and external agency funding allocations.
Okay. Administrator Allen.
All right. So again, during the 2025 budget discussion, as well as our budget retreat, there were concerns surrounding our funding of non-government organizations. So again, each of you were provided a book with the list of current NGOs and the documentation provided that they provided to us. This listing will also be available on our city website. I would like to inform you that the 2025 budget is the first time, the list that you see, and this is the first time that we've actually asked for performance metrics from these organizations. And we are currently, again, working with our legal team and our finance department to see what allocations our state and or chartered required. So we'll hopefully have that in the coming weeks to bring back to the governing body. But we'll begin with the discretionary funding items. Now, this is the one that each of the funding is allocated and approved through the annual budget process. The requesters or the submitters would actually formalize a request submitted to us, and then we would actually have an agreement for a one-year contractual arrangement. The ones that fall under that are the ones that you see on the screen: the Department of Public Health, the mosquito control, and as you can see, we also identified in your book the actual funding source for each of them. So even for mosquito control, some of it actually came from stormwater because there are some requirements that we have them involved in some of our retention ponds and things of that nature. So you'll see that break out. The project access, Lamar Medical Center, Miracle Making Ministries, American Red Cross, Child Enrichment Incorporated, Safe Homes of Augusta, Mock Academy for operations, as well as for Diamond Lakes, Senior Citizens Council of Greater Augusta, and the CSRA, and both of our respective museums in Augusta, Georgia. We also have funding for the Ezekiel Harris House, the Greater Augusta Arts Council. We have funding for them for operations, regranting, and the Arts in the Heart. Then we have the Development Authority of Augusta, which is pretty much known as our Economic Development Authority, the CSRA Alliance for Fort Gordon, Land Bank Authority, Downtown Development Authority, Augusta Boxing Club, Augusta Canal Authority, Community Foundation for the CSRA, ACE Downtown, and Recreation Special Events. Then we will go into our multi-year contract funding, and this is the funding that is allocated through the established multi-year agreements with the various local and state entities. Again, you have the Department of Public Health, Central Savannah Riverland Trust, Augusta Armory, Department of Family and Children's Services, Richmond County Board of Education for Garrett Community Center, Augusta Arsenal Soccer Club, Junior Achievement Discovery Center, Augusta Public Library, Georgia Forestry Commission, CSRA Regional Commission, Augusta Convention and Visitors Bureau, Destination Augusta, and Recreation Band of Brothers. So the total mandated or contracted is 4.3 million, and the other discretionary total was 3.3 million. So we have an overall total of 7.7 million that goes to other agencies. So the next steps is we have to determine what is mandated. That is what we are currently working on with the law department and finance. What can be reduced, and the governing body has to determine the path forward. So I will say that a number of these organizations, I can imagine, do great things for our community. However, when you're looking at the respective reductions that y'all are looking at doing, and I will say I've talked to numerous other agencies, I've spoken with ACCG, a lot of other agencies don't do what we're doing. And it's not because they can't, it's because you have the concern about oversight. These are when you look at this is departments, and no one has that, the ability to oversee what people are truly doing with the funds that we're giving. I've talked to agencies that are larger than us, and the most that they give, I'm not saying everybody does not do what we're doing, but it may be 0.13% of their total budget. And they have 300,000 constituents. It's just something that a lot of agencies say you do not want to get involved in because you end up managing operations of agencies that do not belong to the city. So I've looked, I know that's because I know Commissioner Pulliam is always going to ask that question. Have you looked at other agencies? Have you spoken to other organizations? I have. A lot of them have zero in their budget for non-government organizations. And I'm not saying I'm asking or advocating for you not to do that. What I'm saying is when you're saying that you want to cut your internal operations that may affect the livelihood of people that work for this government, but you're going to give money out of your house to somebody else's house without taking care of your own house, just doesn't seem fair.
Okay. I have I have Commissioner Johnson in the queue before I yield to him. I would like to say thank you for bringing this to us. I know this is ongoing research that we are doing. One sticks out to me just because when you said that there are more counties that don't rather than do help. I know for Child Enrichment, Inc., Family Community Connections, I do know that Columbia County does, in fact, help CCC quite a bit. I'm not sure what that dollar amount is, and I'm not sure what other agencies, but I know for sure our neighboring county definitely gives. And so I only singled that out because I know that to be factual. So there are other counties that do actually have line item budgets for some of these entities. But I'm going to yield to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments are sort of along those lines as well, but I have a few other questions. Ms. Allen, you mentioned that you were able to speak to some other jurisdictions. Can you share which jurisdictions you spoke to that's not doing what Augusta's doing?
As a matter of fact, I actually put it out on our county manager's listserv, and they responded to the listserv. So there are agencies, Henry County, who of course is much larger than us. They were the ones who did 0.13%. I spoke to, I didn't bring that list with me. I do have other agencies who don't do it at all that responded no in our listserv. I spoke to our neighboring county. They do, you know, that may be a question, Ms. Pulliam, but I did speak to our neighboring county, and they do not do what we're doing. Now, I'm not saying that they don't do it at all. They don't do what we're doing at the magnitude of what we're doing it. And that's what they said you have to be cautious about.
Is there a specific recommendation that you would give us or some direction that you can help give this body when it comes to nonprofits? It's always been my position that you look at some of these organizations that's providing health care to folks, they're providing substance abuse help and mental health resources. The state of Georgia has done a terrible job supporting mental health and health care. You look at groups that's providing after-school support for troubled youth. We look at groups here that's providing support for access to history, access to senior care, so many other things. It's always been my perspective that the city of Augusta cannot take care of all of these issues alone, and so we need outside partners. So I get where our concern is, but I don't ever want us to get to the point to where we're looking at this as being a burden on the government, because we're asking them to help us with our goals. Certainly, the city of Augusta does not have the ability to provide adequate after-school programming. But if the Augusta Boxing Club can, then that's a partnership. The city of Augusta cannot provide mental health resources specifically for our employees or anyone else, but we have homeless issues, we have people killing folks out here in the street. If Serenity can, then they're partners. And so they're helping us increase our quality of life. But what I'll also mention is that, like, there's some organizations on this list, like the Senior Citizens Council that's since shut down. They're not open anymore. The Garrett Community Center, I think it has been sold to a private investor. So that money could potentially be recaptured. So in this, my two questions would be, have we looked at these organizations to see if they still have a need or if they're still able to receive funds? And then two, what is your recommendation for how the city should look at this in attempting to address it?
So, Commissioner Johnson, to your point, I don't have a recommendation. It's a policy decision. This governing body has to determine if they want to continue down this road. All I'm going to do is bring you the facts. As I've always stated, factual, concise information that would hopefully help you to render a decision and or determine a policy. The policy in the past has been to allow and continue to allow over the number of years, the amount of money that has been allocated to these outside agencies. I think they do great work. I am not here to say any of them do not, need any additional funding or that they don't need any funding at all, based on the fact that they do great service for our community. I don't disagree. However, it's a policy decision that's been unfortunately tasked with this governing body. Do you guys want to continue down this road of when we're looking at strategy? Because what we did for 2025 is only a temporary small fix. It is not going to take care of what we need to do for 2026. So I know I've said tough decisions many, many times. And you're going to hear me continue to say it because unfortunately, as the mayor stated, or as Commissioner Guilfoyle stated, things have now come to surface that requires us to make some tough decisions. And I understand the governing body wanted to move into tough decisions in the manner of making reductions to our general fund and to our staff and things of that nature. But to me, when you're looking at a budget, you have to look holistically. So there again, it brings to light some decisions that have to be made by this governing body, and those are going to be tough decisions.
Yeah, I agree. I just wonder, how do we come to the decision of how to, which one of these organizations to pull back from? I don't think anybody is going to agree to pull money from the Lions for Fort Gordon. Nobody's going to agree to pull money from, the recreation department, things of that nature. So, I mean, if we're going to be having this conversation, we might have some type of workshop or something just to determine how do we pull the money back. We can't pull the money back from the Junior Achievement Center. There are just certain areas that I don't think it's just as easy for us to just say, yep, we're going to cut here, we're going to cut here, we're going to cut here. I mean, it's just, I don't see us getting too far with it. But I mean, I think it might be helpful if you would give us some type of, I want to be able to make sure that when we make these decisions, that they are holistic and that we're looking at this from a broader lens. Like, how do we determine whether to cut Serenity or cut the Central Savannah River and Land Trust? Like, how do we make those decisions? And I guess that's what I'm looking for some guidance on.
Yes, sir. And what I would recommend, Commissioner Johnson, is that we come back with those items. As you stated, we can do a work session, bring back the items that are mandated or what we find out from the law department and the finance department, and bring that information, provide that information to you, and look at, how the policy and how you guys want to proceed with the things that are not mandated.
And speaking of the mandated, and I'll yield the floor after this, you mentioned that there were so the mandated is the multi-year agreements?
So some of them, the ones that we have agreements currently in place, and some of them have been questionable about whether or not it is state mandated, because when you look at other agencies, we say the Department of Public Health, and I know according to our charter, from what I understand, that's in there. So that's what we're trying to get finality on, because some of them may not be state mandated, even though it's a state agency. It may be something that's in our respective charter.
Okay. Yeah, and then even like the Georgia Army National Guard agreement for parking, like those kind of things we can't touch. But I mean, I just think that there's some areas that we should really, really hone in on. I want to say for the record, I don't support pulling a single dime from the Augusta Public Library. The work that they've been doing to increase literacy in our community, filling in the gaps where the school system has clearly not been able to. I think it would be a great disservice for us to pull a single penny from the Augusta Public Library system. But I hope that we'll be able to come back together within the next cycle or two to really figure out the best way to dig through this list, because I'm in agreement. We do have to look into it, but we've got to have a system that's fair. I just wouldn't dare going in and slashing people without some type of model in place to get us there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Barnhill-Turnley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ms. Allen, I want to say thank you so very much for putting all this information together. It's a lot, and ever since I've been here, you said we've got some hard decisions to make. At this point, it's like the chickens are coming home to roost. Some of this makes no sense to me. It really, really doesn't. And I agree, and I understand what Commissioner Johnson has said, that NGOs are important. I want to know, for some of these have been on here for years. And my question is, if you have been getting money from the city for years, are we your only funding source? That's one of my questions. I have always believed that you can have it all, you just can't have it all at the same time. And as far as we're elected officials and we've been put here to make those hard decisions, it might be comfortable, but that's the job that we took. And I think we just need to be real cognizant that we're going to get flack from this, but that's part of the deal of sitting up here. But again, thank you for you and your team and everything that you've done. And I can't wait to delve into this and some of these other things for this budget, because we've got to get this whole ship righted. And you turn it, like how do you eat an elephant? A bite at a time. But we've got to start taking those bites to right this ship, because this makes no sense. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Thank you. I'll keep it very short. Thank you so much. I'm in agreement with my colleague here next to me from District 4. Some of these do get money, not just from us, but from other places as well. And we need to take into account that. But at some point, we've got to put the brakes on and stop. And yeah, we're not going to be everybody's favorite, and we're going to be probably crucified and fussed at about it. But, you know, we're up here as elected officials, and we're going to have to make some tough decisions, and that's what we're up here to do. And so, anyway, I agree with my colleague, and we're going to have to continue looking at this, but some of it doesn't make sense to me neither.
Thank you. Thank you again, Administrator Allen, for bringing this to us, and I look forward to further discussion. Can we receive this as information with, well, we did want to do a work session, so do I have a motion to that effect?
Ms. Allen, can I address the administrator?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Allen, do we have could you poll some potential dates for the commission to have a work session on this, or would you rather add this work session as a part of the 2026 budget cycle? Work session to dig through the nonprofit list.
We can get with Ms. Bonner and poll everybody.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So would there need to be, I'll make a motion to direct the administrator to work with the clerk of commission to present dates for the commission to host a workshop to address non-government organization funding.
A second. Ms. Bonner? Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem, you trying? Are you going to? Okay. It's unanimous.
Okay, that concludes finance. Thank you so much, everyone.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to call the best committee out here to order, Engineering Services. Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
All right. I'd like to add the following items for consent. Items 1, 2, and 6. I also like to make items 5, 7, and 8 companion items.
5,
7, and 8.
7, and 8 companion. Okay.
All right, so we got a motion for that. Do we hear a second? Second. Got a second. We're voting.
I'm in the queue, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't see you, District 1. District 1, Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move number 4 to the full commission to give Dr. Malik an opportunity to be here to answer questions about this change order.
Yeah, I talked to John already about this one. Our director from Utilities, Wes Bynes. This is a collabo between engineering and utilities. And he's
Answer those
prepared to
questions?
answer the questions today.
All right.
That's why I held it.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep. All right, we're voting, Ms. Bonner.
It's unanimous.
All right, we can go to the first one, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 3 is to approve proposal to enter an engineering services contract with Schubel Engineering to provide engineering services, including assessment, design, bidding, and construction administration services for the repair of embankment damages on the Augusta Canal in the amount of $394,000.
All right, Director Bynes.
This, good afternoon. This is a agenda item for the design of the canal embankment repair from the raw water pumping station to the head gates, the part that's currently closed. And so it took a while to get everybody reviewed. We had to clear all the trees and get all the debris off of the dam and get it to the condition it is now so that it can be properly inspected. And so that work is complete. This scope of work is for Schnabel to come in. They're one of our approved dam safety engineers. They've already looked at it. They're currently working under a small contract, but this is for them to do the full design. At the same time, it'll be concurrently reviewed by FERC so that hopefully when we get through the engineering process, we'll be ready to bid and have regulatory approval and move forward to go ahead and open that upper end of the canal, restore it back to the condition it was in before the storm.
All right, Director Bynes, did we go through the standard procurement process for bidding and all that good stuff?
So this engineering firm is part of the approved dam safety engineers that were let last year as part of our engineering services RFQ. The answer is yes.
Okay.
And so they were the next one on the list as we cycled through dam safety engineers.
All right, so it's a sequential order, next man up type deal?
It can be. It can also be a selection process amongst those engineers. We went through the 3 qualified dam engineers and determined Schnabel was the best for this approach. So we can cycle through them, or we can do a selective, a qualified selection, just depending on how we want to do each one of the areas.
Okay. Madam Administrator, you have any questions, concerns with this item?
No, sir, I do not.
All right. Colleagues, any questions, concerns with item number 3? All right, got a motion and a second to approve. Madam Administrator, Madam Clerk, let's vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Wayne.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. We'll excuse the 10th rookie mistake. We're going to go ahead and go to the next one. Madam Clerk.
I'm out of that one. Item number 4, approve supplementing construction contract of the sediment dredging and disposal construction services to Waterfront Properties, LLC, doing business as Gator for continuation of sediment dredging and including Turtnick Springs Sediment Basin. Also approve supplemental funding in the amount of $1,150,000 for the Turtnick Springs Sediment Basin task.
All right, Director Bynes.
So this is the dredging of the Turknett Springs Basin, which is off of Wrightsboro Road. It is a stormwater retention facility as well as the facility that receives the filter backwash from the Highland Avenue plant. It's been that way for probably 100 years. We use the facility periodically. We dredge it. There's spoil piles on the side of the facility. A good bit of what goes into it is flocculated material from the filters. And so it's placed in sedimentation basins around the pond and allowed to dry out and de-water, as we call it. And then as necessary, the material is hauled out of there. This is a change order to restore the original pre-filling, because the basin fills up all the time with the sediments from backwash. And so this will enhance the stormwater capabilities of the basin in addition to restoring the volume that's required for us to backwash the filters at Highland Avenue. And so Dr. Malik and I had a conversation about it. We partnered on it from the funding is, I believe, a 75-25 split between utilities and engineering. And we did that. This is a requirement of our NPDES permit to operate the water plant. And as such, it was very timely that Gator was in town and able to provide services and able to provide the capabilities to get this work done.
Okay. Now this is a pretty significant change order. So give me some details as far as how we got to this point. I know you gave me the back history that this has been a issue that's been plaguing us for a long time. But for this level of change order, was this not included in the original plans, or?
No, this was a separate scope to actually encompass the Turknett Springs. Again, it was one of those things where the dredging contractor was mobilized to perform work in Augusta, and the facility itself requires dredging. And so as such, it just made the most sense to allow them to proceed with getting that work done, having equipment and being on site.
All right.
So again, it's a requirement of the permitting process.
All right, I got a follow-on question, but I'm going to go ahead and move through the queue. Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wes, as far as this company, Gator Company, who's doing, I guess, this dredging, would that be correct?
That's correct.
All right, so they actually did a RFP back in 2020, and they've been here in Augusta, working for Augusta.
They had one really big project, which was, there were two, Warren Lake and Lake Homestead.
Right.
And so those were the big projects that took about, I think, 18 months or so to get through.
Okay.
And so by the time the project was let, that permit took about 10 years to get. And so if it was let during that time, it was concurrent with the finalization of the permitting.
All right, so they never did leave the CSRA?
No, sir.
Okay, so underneath their task order number 2, do you have that so I'm not catching you off guard?
I do not have it right here, but let me see what you got, and I'll try to do the best I can to answer.
All yours. Yeah, last thing I want to do. All right, under that task order number 2, it shows mobilization at 250,000, and then now have the dredging. I guess that's done by the cubic yard, and then demobilization. So how did they come up with them numbers? Is just they got to move from Lake Homestead or wherever they at to?
They're actually bringing in additional equipment for this particular dredging operation. This is going to have a couple of barges to supplement the work. So some of this will be digging equipment on barges, and some of it will be the actual dredge.
Okay.
And so that's the reason that was so high. It was a long back and forth about what entailed that part of the contract. And unfortunately, there's because it's an active facility, we drain the basins of, if you look at the water plant, there's a lot of water there. We drain those to it.
Right.
So it stays perpetually wet, even at its most open state, to try to drain it. And so they were impacted by that, trying to reach the levels that we needed to get it completely clean. So there was an effort basically to say, let us bring in the barges, which is the second tier to doing this.
Okay, and they determined that it's approximately 50,000 cubic yards for $800,000.
Yes, and
So-
it's consistent with the other pricing in the market right now.
All right, so if they go over naturally, we're going to get hit with another change order. If they come under, would they give us a credit?
Yes, absolutely. We'll do a deductive change order if they come in under it. 50,000 yards, I think, is that's a substantial amount for what's in the lake right now. However, it hasn't been dredged in, I believe, 10 years. It's supposed to be on a 5-year cycle. It's one of those things where it slipped through because of COVID. And
Right.
again, we use it every day.
Wes, I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let's go through the queue. Commissioner Johnson from the 1st.
Thank you, sir. This is actually in my district, I believe. Yep. And if I'm not mistaken, this is this area. I receive a lot of phone calls about just this space itself, about not being kept, even with just like being cut and things of that nature. And when I see a $1.1 million price tag, it really makes my eyebrows go up, because I know I haven't just received calls, but I'm gonna throw Commissioner Scott in the midst of it, because she takes the calls too for that area. I just want to make sure that the work is actually getting done, because I've seen some things happening over there, but I haven't seen much progress. And so $1.1 million, it raises a huge alarm, especially being that this wasn't included in the original scope. It's like, are we violating any kind of procurement processes? Are we spending more money than we know to be spending? I make it a mission of mine to talk about these change orders, because we approve them so frequently. And, last budget cycle, I was saying how the capital fund line item is like a lot of where you see this stuff coming from. If you want to find waste and abuse, you can find it in that line. So I want to make sure that if I vote for this, which I don't know yet, are we wasting money? Are we spending too much money? Is this typical for something like this, for the commission to have to approve a $1.1 million change order for something that where are we on it, am I making sense with my question?
Certainly. This item, I believe it's consistent. I believe everything is okay with the item. The pricing that I know of in the market from other people that have conducted large dredging operations in the region is consistent with this. $15 to $17 a yard is fairly typical. The mobilization cost, again, is higher than I would have wanted to pay. However, I understand the necessity of it because of the barge efforts. And so we're bringing in large equipment in order to do this. The work will get done because this is a requirement. This is the facility that receives the sediment backwash from our filters, which we backwash every day out of Highland Avenue. And so we've got to have this done in order to meet the deposition requirements for the retention time to make the facility function appropriately. I will say that currently in the market, I've been very surprised by pricing. And so we're reviewing our capital budgets every Tuesday now internally in the utilities department. And what we've seen, and there will be some things, I'll bring back that plan in about 3 to 4 weeks. I am working through what it's going to look like. Pricing in the market is surprising. It is extremely high. And that's not just a function of Augusta.
Would this have been, is this a cheaper route compared to putting this type of service out for bid?
I believe it's competitive with it. Is it cheaper or more depending? I don't know. The contractors in town on mobilization, with the main equipment, I believe that this is a competitive process for it. So are the prices competitive with what you would see in the market? And again, that's based on another job I know of that was 30,000 yards of material. And it was $17, started at 14, went to $17 a yard.
Does your office maintain it after all this area gets taken care of? Would your office be the one maintaining the upkeep of that area back there off of Wrightsboro Road and Olive Road?
We do most of the maintenance around the facility. I rode it the other day and saw the tall grass, and I'll follow up with my staff as to what the condition and why it's that way, whether it's because of the dredging and placement. They haven't been down there mowed yet this year.
Yeah.
But I did look at it the other day myself.
Jordan Road, Randall Road, that whole area back there is just like, it's a jungle. It's just a jungle. And folks are actually cutting through it's a gate that's up that's broken, and they're cutting through and going over there. But anyways, I'm getting off topic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. You got a motion to approve. Is there a second? All right, there's a second. Before we vote, I have one more question. I know you didn't present this agenda item. I think it was prepared by engineering, right?
That's correct.
All right, so for the record, I want to make sure we're kind of clear about what we're talking about. What I'm looking at from this task order from Gator is a total of 2.02 million and not the 1.15 million.
Tell you what, if you want to push this to the full commission, I'll come back and speak to every piece of it. Again, my understanding is, that what's presented here in front of us.
Well, and I'm bringing that up to my colleagues. I know there was a motion and a second to vote this, but again, I want to make sure that everybody's tracking that we're not approving to send to the commission for 1.1. There's potential that this is even higher. For 2.02 price tag. So if you guys look on the task order from Gator, it's a different number than what's in the agenda. Now, last question for you, Director Bynes. Did this go through a competitive process?
The original bid did.
Yeah, but that was 2020.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's 5-year difference in the bidding. What would be the process? Because obviously this isn't time sensitive because this thing has been overdue for 10 years, you say, right?
Again, with all these things, they're here because it's time to get them done.
Yeah, I'd feel more comfortable if this went through a competitive process. But again, we have a motion and a second by the colleagues. Again.
Can I have the floor?
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Johnson.
If I could make a substitute motion to forward to the full commission to give the department more time to get us some of these questions answered, because I think what you just raised is a valid concern, even with the bid process. I think it makes sense to go through the process that it's gone through just because the folks are already ready to work, but I think it's still valid, and maybe the procurement director can weigh in on it. So I'm just going to make a substitute to forward to full commission without recommendation to give the department more time to answer the concerns that you just raised and perhaps other colleagues have as well.
All right. Colleagues, we hear a second for that? That'll be fine. All right. We got a second for that substitute motion. Madam Clerk? Any other further discussion? Commissioner Guilfoyle?
No, sir, I'm good.
All right. You're good. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and vote.
Ms. Turnley, Mr. Johnson. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go to the next one, please.
And that will be items 5, 7, and 8. You said companion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Director Bynes, can we get one more moment of your time, good sir, so we can get some clarity on these three? This
As
one
he
should be
makes
pretty
his way
quick.
forward.
Yes,
Item
ma'am.
number 5 is a motion to authorize condemnation to acquire a portion of property for temporary construction easement, 526 Laney Walker Boulevard, East Augusta Drainage and Improvement Phase 4 project. Item number 7 is to authorize condemnation to acquire a portion of property for permanent drain easement and temporary construction, 408 Artemis Street, East Augusta Drainage and Improvement Phase 4 project. Item number 8 is to authorize condemnation to acquire a portion of property for temporary construction easement, 508 Laney Walker Place, East Augusta Drainage and Improvement Phase 4 project. That's it.
All right. Hey, Director Bynes, I asked to companion item all of these because they're all pretty much leading to the same thing with some type of easement. So I think I understand the process clear enough as far as the condemnation component of it. What's the benefits from each of these that will result from the work?
So this is the next phase of the East Augusta Drainage Project, Phase 4. And so as a result, some of this is for pipe and some of it is for temporary construction or access easement. And so if it's permanent, there would typically be pipe installed or a control structure. Sometimes it just crosses the corner of a property. The condemnations, I can't speak specifically to these. I'm just talking in generalities what I know about East Augusta drainage. Sometimes it's condemnation for title, where either the heirs aren't there, something like that. So it's just a strict legal item going forward. But this is beneficial to the area, allows us to continue that project and continue to expand and improve drainage in East Augusta.
Okay. So what percentage are we at towards completion for the East Augusta drainage?
I believe
project?
it's around 65%, but I would have to go back to the entirety of the phases. It is a multi-year process, and the majority of the main pipe was constructed, in the original phase, but it's been moving towards the outer edges of the basin for the last 10 years as we try to pick up all those areas and provide drainage. And we've actually, worked on the pond a bit as well.
So the continued success of this, is it based upon, continued condemnations? Do we have other identified areas that we already either own or have, made moves towards owning?
At this point in the project, everything is fixed, and it's a gravity project, right? So it's a storm system, which means it's got a fixed elevation and a fixed location. If I've installed 36 or 48-inch concrete pipe to an area, in order for me to branch that off, a lot of times it's tight between houses. There's not the capability to really relocate the drainage system, and that's the reason we're at the condemnation stage for those. And again, it's either clearly we need the property or there's a question of title. And so in this particular case, I would say these are necessary, and realigning the system at this phase of design would not be easy, inexpensive, or really feasible. From an engineering perspective, I can just tell you that's what usually constrains them.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the queue. Commissioner Scott?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not on your committee, but may I ask the question?
Yes,
Since this is in East Augusta, and I'm sure Commissioner Johnson is probably may have the same question. Thank you so much. We really glad to see that we're getting some headway with the flooding and all of this. But one of the questions, I think the residents are happy to see that the flooding and all that is going away. But the number 7408 Artemis Street, is that someone living there now? And if so, are we making sure we let the community know that there's going to be some construction down there, because they light Commissioner Johnson and my phone up all the time. They want to work. We want it to be repaired. I know it's a long process, but I know one of the things that they're going to call us probably tonight is they saw where you're taking some of their property.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if this one's occupied at present. I know we do a lot of public outreach as part of the project, and it's been, again, as you're aware, a long-running project. I know that we always do reach out and communicate to people when we're trying to have access to their property, going through a variety of sources from right of entry all the way through the legal. And then we do declare the construction timing and try to make sure everybody's aware this is going to be ongoing in the neighborhood. From the other perspective, we have our inspectors who are out there full time that help assist with seeing and communicating with the.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure we over-communicate with the community.
Yeah, and I want to clarify this. What's in the book is that property owner is deceased, and that's why the condemnation is moving forward. And I'm sure Ms. Kayla's going to clarify some more on that.
I just want to clarify that a lot of these, we're not actually taking like the whole property.
Right.
A lot of them are just easements, temporary construction easement, and then permanent drainage easement so that we can make repairs. Mr. Bine has a very knowledgeable land acquisition staff member that used to be a paralegal, and so she does contact the property owner. She makes sure that all the legal documents are prepared and reviewed. So I don't think it's necessarily we're taking over their whole property. So it's just so we can make repairs underground.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that. Thank you so much. But still telling senior citizens and people who have not clearly identified who own the property and the property person is deceased at this time, I just want to make sure we over-communicate with the neighbor to the left, neighbor to the right, or whoever, that this is a project that's not taking up land, and to communicate that well with the community. I think they have a very active homeowners association. So when you get closer to starting the project, you may want to get on the agenda to just let them know.
Yes, ma'am. And then I do want to add that land acquisition staff member, she speaks to these people. She speaks to the representative. She does the research. If it's in an estate, she contacts all the property owners. If she has legal issues, she'll contact me, or she'll contact interim general counsel, Jim Plunkett. And then as far as our public outreach, she does work closely with AUD's personnel that handles that as well. So we will take that under advisement and share it with the staff. But we just want y'all to know that as far as these that go on the agenda, that person has already made sure that we do all the legal requirements for these type of easements.
Yeah, and before I go to Commissioner Johnson, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Scott. I mean, I think we can't communicate enough these types of situations, especially just giving awareness of what's coming, so that there's no question, and it really kind of mitigates a lot of the calls, 311 and so on, or questions and concern with it. I think that's an important part of it. So, Director Bynes, if you can include that in your plans as you all go further into this, just a communication plan to ensure that the community is well aware.
Make sure that happens.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I want to also just kind of point out that, I'm already having conversations with the neighborhood about this. Just for some geographics, this is the Hornsby subdivision. And there's significant revitalization efforts going on in that area. So we've already been having a substantial amount of conversations about this portion of the drainage project. I think it's also helpful to know that the previous portion of the drainage project was the Macon Albany, Espinosa, Brunswick area, and it is complete night and day from what it was before. So I do want to thank the department for the communication that they've already given. And one thing that, even 2 or 3 years ago when we started the project on the Macon side, we had town hall meetings and we did it constantly. And so we're going to be doing that to exhaustion here on this portion as well. But my question is, when can we expect the design work to begin? Has the design work for the project already begun?
Yes.
Has it been completed?
I don't know that, well, in order to be at this phase, it has to be completed.
Okay. All right. Because I remember last time we had some go around about the actual plan being completed before we took it to the community. But nonetheless, I'll be looking out for that. But again, I think this is a great project, and we look forward to seeing how it materializes. And so I'll make a motion to approve these items.
All right, got a motion. We hear a second. All right, got a motion and a second. Last question, engineering. Since this is an easement, I'm assuming engineering will be managing this as far as upkeep and so on going forward. Anyone from engineering? I know we got two representatives here from it. I know, right? That's Oscar. Oscar, listen, we won't bite you, Oscar. Come on, man. All right, Oscar, so, I mean, it's an easement. We get tons of calls each and every week, the commissioners do, about easements, maintaining the ditches and so on. Obviously, once the work is complete, you all then take over management and responsibility of upkeep, correct?
Yeah, I'd much rather have them do it.
Yeah, I bet.
Yes, sir. It'll get on the list.
All right,
yes,
all
sir.
right. I just wanted to make sure that just publicly, everybody kind of has their responsibilities in it. All right. Colleagues, any other questions or concerns for Director Bynes or from engineering? All right. Madam Clerk, we got a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote. Thank you, gentlemen.
Unanimous.
All right, last one.
Item number 9 is discuss and consideration of the usage fee for outside entities transporting solid waste and landfill-bound material to the Augusta Richmond County landfill.
Yep, so I'm going to go ahead and hand this over to the mayor since he asked for this one to be brought to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Director Flight, can you come up? I think this is probably one of the most important matters we have before our government, in that we have a regional landfill, but for many years, probably since the inception of that landfill, we've shared it with our neighbors, both to the west of us in Columbia County, our neighbor across the river in North Augusta, as well as our neighbor to the south down in Burke County, Georgia. While I believe that a regional landfill benefits all, I think, and I feel strongly that with it being in Augusta, considering the residents of Augusta are having to sacrifice and struggle through increased cost, that some of that burden should be shared more by those that are outside of our county. And I asked Mr. Flight to come up so we could clearly understand the relationships that we have, how they work, how we can address perhaps even making any changes. So, Mr. Flight, help me understand. We do have an intergovernmental agreement with Burke County where they pay a certain rate, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think it's like $30 a ton. Now, with the other municipalities or entities that we're dealing with, do we have a similar agreement with Columbia County, or are they just paying a tipping fee charge?
They do pay a tipping fee, yes.
They just pay a tipping fee. And with North Augusta, they pay a tipping fee.
I'm not exactly sure that we get too much from North Augusta because North Augusta has a landfill.
Okay, they do have a landfill.
They do.
So do we get any from North Augusta? So am I accusing them of hauling waste across the river and they're actually not?
I would guess that it's limited. I do know that the Aiken, the landfill in Aiken County, sometimes they have some limitations on what they can take, the total amount that they can take. So I'm not going to say that none comes from there, but they have a facility there.
Okay, so if it does come across, there's no way to identify where it's coming from. They just show up at the landfill and say, I'm company ABC, I'm bringing this waste here, and they just pay a tipping fee based on that, correct?
So I think that's part of the challenge is that it is hard to identify what county people where the garbage is actually coming from, because they have a hauler, for example, and that hauler services multiple counties. And so it's hard to tell when they get on the scale, where they're coming from.
Now, the last time I researched the residents of Columbia County, we love our neighbors, but as I recall, their trash collection fees are lower than Augusta, Richmond counties.
I would have to check that.
Okay,
I don't know that
or very close. So my question to this governing body is, how do we come up with a solution to where any garbage or trash that's hauled outside of, I guess, the confines of Augusta, Richmond County, I think there should be a surcharge on that. And can we do that? Considering that the landfill is in Augusta, Richmond County, we maintain it, we incur all the costs behind it. And I think it's a huge burden because some of our neighbors have made a decision not to be in the landfill business. And that's their prerogative if they elect to do that. But if we're bearing all the costs and it's costing our citizens, how can we ask our neighbors to pay more?
So, I may be biased a bit, but I think it's a great thing to have a landfill. There are a lot of benefits to that. I put together a few background pieces of information that might help you all come up with a decision. If you don't mind, I'll run through these few slides. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So there was a document, a study put out in 2023. It was generated by a firm in North Carolina, but they kind of put all the tipping fees together. And so you can see in the Southeast, that's generally what the prices are, $42, $43. And, other areas have different fees, but we're in that, that $42, $43 range. So that's a general picture of Southeast, kind of narrowing things down, really just looking at, I put a bunch of numbers in here, but the first one, just looking at municipal waste, we're at $40.30 per ton. And then you can kind of see where everybody else is. That Three Rivers one, that's the one in South Carolina, in Aiken County. But again, they're a bit limited. It's private, but they're a bit limited as to what they usually take. There are some restrictions, so that fee is a little lower. And so at the end of the day, you kind of have to, it's a business decision, right? Whether people come here or go elsewhere. And that's, when we're talking about the tipping fees, that's something that this body has to balance, the risk of someone going to a different landfill compared to coming to us. Now, again, I'm trying to provide you some information so you can make a much better, more informed decision. In 2010, our tonnage was 800 tons per day. Right now, we're at about 1,800 tons per day. That's a big jump, but I do want to continue to share some information, which I think is really good news that we've been dealing with. So this phase 3 of the landfill, I believe, has 8 different cells in it. And when it was designed to last 100 years. And so it's been open since 2010-ish, I think is when they kind of started developing it. And we're in phase 2, right? A part of phase 2 right now. And this is every year you have to give an estimate on the capacity of the remaining landfill. And right now, again, it's been open since 2010-ish. And this is the report from last year. In 2010, it said it was supposed to last 100 years. And so this report from last year says it will last 93 years. So there's a bit of a disconnect there, right? The reason is because we're getting better at putting the garbage in, right? So even though, and the tonnage is going up, right? So the intake is coming up, but we're actually getting much better at actually putting the garbage in, saving that space, that airspace. So again, 100 years, we're at 93 and we're, 2010, 15 years into it. So we're doing a much better job of adding the garbage in. So the actual, these are so the amount of garbage that comes in is broken down into commercial, contract, interdepartmental, and then nonprofits. The nonprofit is the component that you would be speaking about, and that's about 6.2% that comes in. If you added 10%, for example, to that, we're really only looking at an increase of about $46,000. And so I'm just going to leave that there. I'm going to also show that this is the end of year budget for last year where the landfill ended. And right here, it shows that the landfill was plus $6 million. Some of that was debris because there was a burden to receive all of the hurricane debris because if you just pile it up, it can catch on fire. So we felt the best place to bring that is out to the landfill. We had a big, huge borrow pit that was nothing but sand, and we put 1 million cubic yards of mulch out there. If it catches on fire, that's the safest place to have a fire. It's in a bowl, right? So while it was a burden, it remains a burden. We still have to do something with that mulch. And we found a good use for it. But some of that $6 million is because we had some of that. It was $5 per cubic yard that we received for the mulch. Maybe $1 million of that is shown in that $6 million. So there's additional savings that I'll show here in a second. I also want to show you that over the past 3 years, as a result of the merge of the departments, we've been doing we've been paying for capital projects in cash. So for the last year, for example, we've had several projects to expand the gas system, et cetera. So these are all capital investments that we have to do as we open and close cells as we go along. So that in itself was $3.5 million that we paid in cash. In 2010, there was a bond taken out for $10 million. We're not bonding things, right? We're paying the bond debt right now for that work that was done then, but here we're paying these projects in cash now.
Okay.
And then and I apologize, we're 3 years into this merger. I should have come to you a long time ago to give you an update, so that's my fault. But I think what I'm about to show you is some really, really good news. We've been working really hard, and I will take Commissioner Guilfoyle up on his suggestion about innovative solutions. I'd like to be first in line to ask for additional funds for cost savings. So as I mentioned, we've got a $6 million surplus from last year. So financial position, we're to the good.
And the surplus, you said it includes?
I think, so at the end of the year, I had to provide Ceres an invoice. I think it was $1 million, but don't quote me.
Okay.
It's less than $2 million, so put it that way.
Before 2024, what was your surplus? What was it in the previous years prior to Hurricane Helene?
That's in the previous, I can go back to that.
Yeah. All right.
So first of all, the two departments, this body merged the two departments because the landfill was not meeting compliance. The landfill is now in full compliance for the 4 permits that it has. It has a solid waste permit, a discharge, a stormwater permit, a permit to discharge leachate to the wastewater treatment plant, and it has an air permit. The landfill is in full compliance for all 4 of those permits. We put the funds into the program to make sure that full compliance was being met. At the time, I think there may have been, don't quote me on the number, it was like 1.3 or 1.7 million dollars. There was a risk of fines because it was out of compliance. So we averted those fines. As I mentioned, in 2010 there was a bond taken out, and it was $10 million, but we've been paying cash for any capital expenses as we've been going along over the past 3 years. And this is the stuff that I think we should be most proud of. So not only are we doing better, we're increasing the revenue, but at the same time, we're decreasing the cost. And so the first cost is waste placement. The most valuable thing at the landfill is the airspace, right? The area that's taken up that we can put garbage into. We have been operating the landfill for the past 3 years. We put 3 years worth of garbage in, but we did it so efficiently that we actually saved an additional 3 years of airspace. And so that equates, if you look at how much garbage comes in and the total amount that we receive, it's about $12 million per year. So 3 years worth of airspace is actually $36 million savings. But the beauty of that is we also push those capital expenses out further, so we don't, we can actually structure the timing at which those capital expenses are due. When we went to the landfill to begin with, there was, for the equipment, there was a run to failure mode, where everything was just run it as hard as you can until it breaks, and then fix it. So that's very expensive to do. We put the maintenance program in order, and we've significantly reduced those costs. But at the same time, about 1.5 years ago, we said, all right, what does the equipment need? And so we're going through a lease to own process right now. And so this coming year is our first year where we'll have all brand new equipment to do what we're supposed to do. And that will reduce maintenance costs as well. So for the longest time, the landfill was never able to grow grass. The soil out there is either sand or clay. And no matter how hard they tried, they would hydroseed, put all the nutrients and everything into what they, on the slopes, but it wouldn't grow grass. And it turns out that organic material like Hurricane Helene mulch is actually a good soil amendment. And so that's the beneficial reuse that we're actually using all of that mulch for. We mix it up with the soil that's out there, put it on the slopes, hydroseed it, and it's growing grass. So we have taken away the cost of what they used to do is truck in topsoil. And so they would put the topsoil on and hydroseed it and grow grass that way. That's a very expensive proposition. So we eliminated that, and we took on the task of learning how to grow grass with the soil that we have. And then, like I said, the Hurricane Helene organic material was a very timely thing to do as we were working through that process. And then finally, we dedicated an entire section of the landfill crew to just doing soil and erosion, because at the end of the day, they'll be the last ones out there making sure that soil and erosion is taken care of. But by doing that, we're decreasing the total costs, not only for having to refix everything like it used to be, but as we're moving to the next cell, we're excavating that next cell on our own. So we're saving the costs of future excavation by doing it ourselves. So finally, all of those things have been going on for a while. And to come back to the idea of changing the rates, it's a business decision at the end of the day. So is it worth the risk to change a few dollars on the tipping fee to risk losing business to another nearby landfill?
What's the closest nearby landfill?
So it's that the one in Aiken County. But I would say that what I fear the most would be Waste Management owns their own landfill, but it's on the other side of Columbia, South Carolina. Now, at some point, they would sharpen their pencil to figure out what's that tipping fee that we need to put a transfer station between here and there and send all of their stuff to their own landfill, right? So not only would they get the hauling contract for the cost for that, but they would be putting the garbage in their landfill. And just the commercial cost of that, that's a $4 million loss if we were to lose that.
But how much longer does it preserve the landfill for Augusta, Richmond County? There is a benefit to that because.
So I would ask that, we would fill it more slowly, but ask your staff to be more efficient at how we can figure out how to put the garbage in more efficiently. I think that would be a good task for us to save the airspace. And we've proven that we've been doing that.
Again, I still have a concern that if you live in a neighboring county, if your trash service is cheaper and the landfill is in our jurisdiction, I don't think it's a great benefit to Augusta, Richmond County. Mm-hmm. So I need to better understand it. And Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to hold up the queue, but how much? How much does it take to operate our landfill at a cost perspective? How much per ton? Just to break even, how much per ton?
Can I come back to you with that number?
Okay.
Right, because we have been optimizing the system, so it would be unfair for me to give you a value that was 1, 2, or 3 years old because we're getting more efficient as we go along.
Okay. And I'd like to know, I think it's part of this, Attorney Madden and colleagues, let's explore how much our neighbors are paying for trash service versus how much we've recently asked our taxpayers to pay. And I still assert that if they're paying less, something's broken in the system. That property is in Richmond County. And you mentioned that we made $6 million last year. Is that repeated every year? And how can we turn those dollars back into dollars that benefit people that live in Richmond County through lower trash service? How can we do that? That's what I'm interested in most of all. That's our asset. It should benefit the folks that live in Augusta, Richmond County, and anyone else that's hauling their trash in it should have to pay for it, or you take it up the road or you take it someplace else. So that's my argument. I'd like to hear more, most importantly, how much are our neighbors paying? How can that landfill benefit the residents of Richmond County, either prolonging it, and ultimately, how do we make it profitable to a point that is consistently profitable? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, any questions in the queue? All right, hearing none. Madam Administrator, that is our last item to talk about. Oscar, appreciate the insight. Definitely much needed. Probably need to do this a little bit more often.
I apologize.
Yeah, so that we can kind of stay abreast of it. But it's an important topic for sure.
Yes, sir.
That we got to try to determine, where to go with it.
Yeah.
Right.
So it is our intent to give you a full rundown in a month or so. Total program.
Okay.
It's just the highlights.
All right. Madam Clerk, we're going to receive this as information. Any objection from any of the colleagues? No. All right. So we're going to receive this as information. That concludes Engineering Committee. department officers.
No, we don't have a quorum.
No quorum.
Mr. Mayor, you want to announce that if anybody's here for administrative services?
Yeah, so obviously there's no quorum for administrative services. All of those items will be forwarded directly to next Tuesday's regularly scheduled commission agenda. Thank you guys so much for being here today.
Thank you.
And I don't think, is this meeting hereby adjourned? This meeting's hereby adjourned.
This is that.